Today on the workbench, I've got a new project here. This is a Proto2000 GP30, and in this one we are going to put a TCS WOWDiesel decoder. We'll put a Keepalive in it. I'm not sure which one I'm going to use yet. Probably be a KA4. But we'll get, once we get into it and see how much room we have, then we'll know what we need. We've got those two. We're going to use a Nixtrainz Decoder Buddy, a 21-pin board. Got a couple options for that. I'm either going to use the mini, or I'll put in one of the one of the V5s. So, and that's going to depend on how much room we have in it too. The other thing we're going to put in is we've got some more Scale Sound Systems speakers, and we're going to put one of those up here, and this one will go up in the cab, and this one will go under the long hood. So we've got those two things. The other thing we've got from Nixtrainz is we've got, and you probably can't see, there's the these are ground lights. I've got ground lights, and I've got step lights. Try to get the glare off of that. But yeah, we're gonna do the whole bit, so that should give us, let's see how many lighting functions we'll have. Ground lights, step lights, headlight front and rear. I can put the marker lights on it. I've got a set of ditch lights from Scale Sound Systems. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I'll put them on this. But I know they didn't have them on these, but back in the day. But we can do whatever we want to here. So we may have up to 6 lighting functions. Maybe I'll put a red emergency light in the cab. Kind of like those. Maybe a blue. I don't have any blue lights. I've got red. Anyway, I have went through this. It did have 4 cracked gears in it, which these Protos are notorious for, because this is a brand new locomotive. So I did change out the gears. It runs really well on DC. So we might as well get started with this. To pull this shell off, first thing you need to do is take these couplers out, and I'll replace the couplers. I'll put KDs in it, like I do everything. Yeah, a little tight in there. Pull the one out of the front. Get my tweezers. Coupler box out, and it's always got to be, there we go. Alright, so now we should just be able to pull that shell right off. And there we have our chassis. We'll have to mill this chassis down. Let's see. Might have to change our light pipe out there. I'll look at that after a bit. let's get our speakers out here. See what we're going to try to do with it. This one I'll end up mounting up here in the front, right in between our engineer and fireman in the cab. And it looks like it will sit either way. Let's set that right in. I may turn that sideways, but we'll put that there. Actually, we'll mount it down here, but this is what we're going to have to mill out for. We're going to have our speaker in here, and so right there, this is going to dictate what we're going to use. This is a Decoder Buddy Mini. So it looks to me like, and I may turn this around, everything will set just like that in there. Let's pull this shell over here. Okay, we've got that pretty much lined up where it goes. So our speaker back here will be right underneath of our grills. These do have see-through grills, so that'll let our sound out nice. So what we'll do is I'll mill this frame out. That way we can mount everything down in. But what I want, excuse me. What I want to do is I want to have this stuff down below the level we have here now. So if I take that, and this speaker is 9 millimeters high, so that'll give me plenty of room under there. So I'll probably come down like 11 millimeters. That'll give me 2 millimeters clearance above. And then, let's see, the pins on this can be cut off, but it's only 9 millimeters high on the Decoder Buddy. So what I'll end up doing, let me pull that little cover off. We'll pull that cover off. That's just for our lights. We'll end up taking those out. So right now, I think we've got our placement for everything. I'll go back to there to take that out. Be able to put my Decoder Buddy right in there, and I believe right here in the center there'll be room for a KA4, so I can always move this back. Yeah. So that's what we'll do. We'll take and mill this frame down. So let me mark that. I want to go 11 millimeters. Let's see, 11 millimeters is, trying to get a decimal. 433 thousandths. I will set that for 434. So if I come down 11 millimeters, that'll be our line right there. That'll be our line there. I'm going to leave that, but yeah, that actually I went down too low. Okay. Let's see. There's 11. And there's 11. That's actually just a little below 11. It's not quite 12. We'll go 11 and a half. So we've got our 11 marked. Let's go ahead and pull this board out. Plug our 8-pin connector. And if you really wanted to make this simple, just get you a decoder with an 8-pin connector, plug it right in. So there's that. That out of the way, and I'll start cutting some wires. That's a pickup wire, and I'll cut them long, that way be able to use them if we need them. And our motor wires, and there's our lights we won't need. Now to get the motor or the frame off, let's see, I think, I want to get an overall height from here to the deck of this thing. That way we'll know, and I'll use my mics again for that. One 262. So we're good across there. 1 262. Write that down. One 262. 1 inch 262 thousandths is the depth on that. That way I know if I have everything below that, our shell will go on just fine. So now on this model, you saw there was a screw back here, and it had, let me find it here. Oh, here it is. This is the board that came off of that. It had this eyelet on it right here. That eyelet had a screw in it that was going to the top of this weight. Well, that's the way they grounded these things. So you'll notice on our pickups, there's only one wire coming off of each pickup, or off of each truck. That's where they got their power from. The fireman side. The engineer side, they're picking up their power right from the frame. And I'll show you how that works once I get this off. So to get this off, we need to take out, there's a screw up here in the front. Let me get that out. And then there's another screw back here in the back. And then we have to pull, I hate pulling these off, but we got to pull the fuel tank off. If I can find there's what I'm looking for. A little pry bar. Just to lift that off, because I hate to kind of jerk on those things. So there's our fuel tank off. They're just held on with double-sided tape. So that sits that way. Set that off to the side. Then we've got, there's 4 screws in here. You can see the brass. There's 4 brass screws here. Just punch that through the tape. And then, nope, just 2. Okay. Then that pulls right off. So now let's take, before we go too much farther, I want to mark this for front and the rear. Just go scratch an F in that. Of course, that I can tell what the front is. Okay, so we've got our frame off, and you can see where our pickup for our fireman's side comes up on the front and the rear truck. The way they get their power from the engineer's side, these are set up like the old blue box Atherns. They just draw their, let's see, yeah, it'd be easier to take one of these apart and show you. Pull that out. Okay. So right here on this plate right here on the top of the truck, that's from the engineer side. It just sits on that little pin, and you can see that bare spot right there. That's how they get their power up to that, and that's why that screw is in the weight. So we can still use that. What I want to do now, well, I'll end up taking the rear one off too. Let me pull this up a little bit. I'll pull the rear one off because all this stuff needs cleaned up, because this grease is, you know what, probably 15 years old at least, and so it gets kind of gummy. Kind of like wax. So I'll clean all that up, and you can see that's a piece of grease right there. It's just balled up, and that will severely impact how your locomotive performs. And it can actually take, and I've had this in some old Bachmans before, that grease, it will, I don't know if you want to call it, it'll gel, or what, it kind of turns into a molasses type of substance. And of course it's, you know, on your axles and everything, and it'll pull so many amps that it'll shut the decoder down if you don't clean it off. So when you take one of these apart, and I do it every time, I just never really explain it, is I clean these up. That way they perform better. But I'm going to put this back together right now. And then slide the cover back on. So that's that. Just lay that right on top of that. But right now, what I want to concentrate on is this frame. We have it marked. I'm going to get out a rule here. Get my pencil out. And if I can get something to lay that on that's flat. Yeah, there, I can see my mark now. There's one. There's one. Having a hard time seeing that. Okay, so there's our line across that, and then we've got on the back side, we'll do the same thing. And I may have to, I'll have to get out my mics again. I went 433 or 434. There's that one. Depending on how I hold it, I can see it. Okay. So I think we're good. We're going to come down right there. We'll come down right there. And that will give us what we need. Okay. Yeah, I don't really need to come up this way any farther. But let's set this all in here again. Put that there. I can come back here with my speaker. Yeah, I'll be able to leave that. That'll give me room for my Keepalive. Okay. I don't think there'll be any other frame modifications. Well, maybe there'll be. There'll be one, I think. When I put these class lights in, I may take just a little bit of the frame right here and move it back some. Just take a little bit off. So the way that we will take that off is, or mill this out, is I'll take a hacksaw, cut my 2 vertical lines, and then I use a small belt sander to come across to take that out. So that I will do off camera. Alright, here I go for that. Okay, I've made it back. I've got the frame milled out, and you can see, you know, we did take quite a bit out of that on both, well, all the way across. That's down to, it should be right around 11 millimeters now. Oop, let me get out my depth gauge. So we're at about 491 right there. I took more out of it than I thought I was going to. Yeah. So, but I mean, everything is going to fit in here quite nicely. So that'll be down below the frame. That'll sit right there, and I'll be able to use that stock mounting hole, looks like, when I go to put this board back in. I'll have to retap that, but that'll sit there. And then of course our Keepalive will go right in the center there. And this line of speakers, these are the UFit speakers from Scale Sound Systems. So you can get these in, I think, up to 50 millimeters. You can look on their website, but yeah, I think up to 50 millimeters long. And I got this one, I think this was a 30, just so I'd have room to get my Keepalive in. Now I guess one danger with doing this is right here where this frame is thin. You don't want to take too much off of it, because if you do, you'll end up, you know, you won't have a lot there. So this one's good. Oh, I also took a little bit off of the front. That's so I can get my class lights in and have room to run the wire. for those. So now I guess we are to, well, let me see if I can get one of these stock screws back in here. I may have to, if I can't use it, I can use double-sided tape. That's no big deal. Yeah, that's not going to really go in there right now. The other one's back here. Yeah, anyway, we don't worry about that right now. But I guess the next step, now that I've got this in, or this milled, I want to take and I'm going to clean this frame up, because this thing is just, you can't see it real well, but it's got oil all over it, and it's sticky from years of sitting in the box, I guess, and running out, oil grease melting, and so we'll pull that out, get that out of there. But I've got that on my hands. I won't have to do anything with the motor because these are DCC ready, so I won't have to isolate that anyway. They are already good and isolated. But what I want to do is clean that up, and I'll use some isopropyl alcohol, and that'll take care of our grease problem. Let me get that out here, and I'll probably take the trucks apart. That way we'll have all the grease off of it. What I really ought to do is soak this thing. As you can see, I mean, it's just all over the frame. Clean that out in the just some nasty stuff. But this thing will run 100% better when we get all this cleaned out. So that'll be our process, and you probably don't want to watch me clean this, so I will do that off camera. I will be back. Okay, we've made it back. I took and cleaned the frame, degreased everything, even went through and degreased the part we just milled, and now we are ready to put this back together. And I'm glad I didn't show the other part on camera, because it took about an hour to pull this thing apart. Well, need that wire up, that wire up. That goes through there, that goes through there. That's on the outside. And then that wire goes up through, because that wire sits in that little track. So right there, we've got it back together, kind of, sort of. Let's get these two screws that hold the center of this in. there's that. Put that away. Now we can get out these the front and the rear screw here. That goes right up, right in there. And then we've got one back here in the back. Right under that rear coupler box. Okay, so there's that. I'm going to go ahead and put this fuel tank back on. I've got some fresh double-sided tape for this. Actually, this is double-sided tape that I'm going to use. It's carpet tape. So that'll fit right on there. And then all I got to do is find the end of it and pull it off. Now, just need to separate it. Okay, here's that. And then all right, there we go. Yeah, wait a minute. It's hitting on something. It's because I had it on backward. Anyway. All right. There. Now we're good. So, I guess the next step in our process is to start mounting everything, soldering some wires in. I'm going to put this on with double-sided tape. Okay, now let me show you something here. Like I say, there are a couple different versions of the Decoder Buddy. This Decoder Buddy Mini that I have out has pads for resistors. Let me zoom down here a little bit. Kind of get the glare off. Okay. You can see right here at the end of the screwdriver, there's 6 little solder pads. You can buy these Decoder Buddy Minis with the solder pads to where you can put a It's a 402 resistor. Yeah. 402 SMD. 402 SMD resistor. So you could put whatever you want to put on it. Okay, so you got that version. Then you've got the other version that has no pads for resistors at all. But they come shipped with, get this out, these 2000 ohm resistors. So you can use that, then put in your own resistors, or you can use the other that has the pads to where you can put in your own SMDs resistors. So let's see. I am going to have a total of front, rear, ground, step, class, I think just 5 functions. Because I'm not going to separate out the number boards. Not in this. No. So I have 5 functions, so I can use either one of these boards will work. So probably to save space, I'll put in the board that I got to solder my own SMDs to, and I'll probably put in 1000 ohm resistor in those. That'll work pretty well. Now, I say that I can do that with 3. My front and rear lights I'll have to add a resistor. Oh no, wait a minute. I said that wrong. I messed up. Here's your resistor for that. That's for the rear. And one of these is for the front up here. I know it is. So I'd have to trace it out. I don't have it in front of me right now. So I believe I'll use that. That way I could make my headlight brighter. I'll probably use like a 750. Somewhere around there. And then all the rest I'll use. Maybe I'll use a 2000. That will cut it way down instead of the 1000. Because I'd rather have my class lights a little dimmer. So I'll have to figure out which function goes where. And like I said a little bit ago, that I could use that mounting hole right there. I may have to, I don't know if I'll have to do anything or not to that. So, and I can also use that as like a ground lug to go right over to that other track pickup. That'll save me a wire there. Motor wire. Of course, I could move this up. That way I can take this motor wire directly to that pad. Slide that over that way just a little bit. That'll get me to that pad. I may change this wire and move it to the back. Because I want to put it underneath. Actually, I could run it right up through that hole. That'll keep that out of the way. That'll take that to that. Don't have to worry about that motor wire being any place in the way. Run that right back through for the other side. I'm just thinking out loud here. And then that one will go to the same side, right there. So I think we'll do that. We'll just get our double-sided tape out right now. And I've got a thin 3M tape that I can lay down. I may have just run that a little too long, but I can cut it off. Foam stuck to my shears. I want to take and run a little bit of alcohol down that board just to clean it up. Zoom back out. Well, let me start over there again because that's not sticking very well. We'll get rid of those two pieces. Let me clean that off. tape back out. Okay, let's try it again. See if we can get that foam up without pulling the... Well, boy, I'm not having any luck at all here today. There we go. So I want to run this wire underneath. Okay, now that I've got that up there, we are good to go. So actually, let me cut this off so I can run it through that hole. Oh goodness. There. That took way longer than it should have. But what I've got now is I've got that up through that hole, that motor wire. That way we won't have to worry about it. we'll go ahead and solder my motor wires and my track pickup wires. Solder them all together. And then we can go from there. That'll go there. This track wire. Cut that off there. So I'll start the process of fluxing and tinning wires. Let's see if I remember right. M1 is positive. Yeah, and of course that really doesn't matter. Let me strip this off just a touch. Get out a battery and see which way this thing moves. Okay, so that is the forward direction. M1 is the plus. That's where that'll go. So we'll cut that off kinda. Just where I need it. Myself a little room. Same way with that. Just battery out of the way. So now I can trim just a little. Same there. All right. Now, I'm ready to start with the flux. So we'll just flux everything at one time. Makes it easier that way. Gather some of this up toward the end. I need some there. And these are all track pickups, motor pickups. More track. I might as well solder these, the front and rear light pads. That way I can clean everything off. Okay. So I've got my soldering iron heated up. the solder. There's that. Nose pads. Now before we go any farther, before we solder any wiring on, I'm going to clean the flux off of that. Make a nice, neat job. Now while that's drying, take and solder up my one more. Okay. Okay, that was our fireman's side track pickup. Get this thing bent around here, bent over to where what I want. I've got that where I want it. That's in there nice and neat. That was our motor positive. And then we can twist this around. Our motor negative. And then this is our other track pickup. Okay. So now the way that'll be, that'll set over toward the edge there. Okay, so we've made 4 connections. Let me zoom in here. Oop, too far. Hopefully there's not a lot of glare. Let me... Really nothing to clean there, but what we've got is track pickup, engineer or fireman side, track pickup, fireman side. This is our gray on our motor, should be our negative, which we tested with the battery, so I know that it is. And then this is our positive, which is our orange wire. So right now I could put the decoder on this and we'd be finished if that's all we wanted. But we are going to be adding just a little more, because we've got our speaker, we've got this speaker, that'll go in here, and our Keepalive, of course. So I think what I'll do, I'm going to get some brown wire for our speaker, and I'm going to run it under our board because it comes out here on this side. Yeah. I'll run that under the board, run a piece, I'll have one to the back, because I'll wire these in series. So you'll see that when we get to it. But right now, brown wire. And that's just the NMRA standard color is brown for speakers. I think Soundtrax uses purple, I think. And I should have ran this underneath our board before I put this down. I'm hoping I can get it slid underneath. Yeah, so far so good. Like shooting pool with a rope. Probably just binding up in there. Yeah, I might have to pull that up just a little bit. There we go. Oh, it was almost there. There we go. Yeah. So that's going to be a speaker wire. So I can pull that back. That speaker will set like this. We'll turn that around so it won't be touching any of that metal. What I'm debating is I'll have one more speaker wire and I think I'll run it on top. I could run it underneath. say, I think I'll run it on top. Okay. So why don't we just go ahead here. Let me strip this off. And we'll hook this up to actually what I'll do first is I'll tape this down and I'll leave another channel I can run my lighting wires underneath the speaker. So we'll get our small double-sided tape. Oh, before I do anything else, let me get my alcohol out. Do the same with the speaker. Put the tape on the speaker. Okay, so make sure that's seated on there good. And I'll get my knife back out. I keep putting my knife away and then needing it. Then I grab the wrong knife. So there's that one. Like I say, this is really good tape. Once you get it apart, if you leave it set, don't bother it. This stuff just will stick to anything if you have it clean. Okay. Put that back as far as it'll go. So there's that stuck down. I'm going to tin this wire for this speaker. And then we'll attach it to the speaker. And I'm going to make it our positive. Well, actually, I'm just going to tin what I need to tin up here. Okay. That's that. Go ahead and I'll do this other speaker wire while I'm here. Okay, so that's tinned up. I don't know if I really, yeah, that's connected pretty good. Okay. Yeah, I don't like it sticking over that way. There. That makes me happier. Not happy, just happier. Run that off the side. Okay. We'll go ahead and flux my two speaker pads. I will not be able to hook up the speaker right now. Well, one side I will. I should have put some flux on that. Clean that. Okay. That'll give us that. We'll be able to run that all right there to one side. This one goes up to the other speaker to the negative side. My long wire that I've still got will go to the negative side of the next speaker. And I'll end up, it'll mount right to the side right there. So, but I'm not going to do that right yet. At least I don't think I am. Just going to kind of tuck that away. And I think I will get my decoder out. Just to try it, to make sure that we are on the right track. And then I may go eat lunch. All right. So, put this over on my test track. I'll plug it in. And I'll have a set of F units kick on there, you can probably hear. Okay, you turn the sound off on the F units. Okay, there we go. We are good to go. So now it is, actually, why did I just tell you that? That's not good to go. No, I lied to you. Hang on a second. Can anybody think of what we forgot? And I don't know why I told you that. It is not good. It didn't move. That was my F unit. That, and I didn't have my test track plugged in. But anyway, it wouldn't work because I don't have the other side hooked up. The other track pickup. Not getting any power. So for the engineer side, that is a red wire. So let me get a piece of red out. And I know I say this every time, this wire looks orange, but it is red. Let's see. Get that in. Fluxed and tinned. We didn't hook up that side. And I turned my soldering iron off. Dummy, come on, dummy. Okay. For the time being, let's see, where did my... Let me look for this harness. And I can reuse this red wire. Can take this right to the body. I've just got to be able to get that threaded in. Now I've lost my screwdriver. Okay. Well, I'm going to do this off camera because it's going to take me a few minutes. Okay. I should have showed this on camera, but I didn't. So what I did is I'm not going to use this wire back here for my left side, for my engineer side pickup. I'm going to take it off. So we'll just do that now. What I did do is put this screw in up here on the corner and to use it for that pickup. So what I'll do now, it's a brass screw. Take it and put some flux on it. And I'll just solder it right to, won't have to use any wire because it's basically touching the pad now. So there's my connection for that side. So now, try this thing out. Yep. It must not have got it. Yep. Dummy. Put the board on it. That's my circuit breaker. It doesn't like something there. Okay, now it's break time. Okay, we're back. We're almost done with the chassis itself. then we can move on to the lights. But I think right now what I'll do is start putting, I'm going to put this front speaker in, and I think I'm going to mount it, upside down so the sound will fire down. That way I can just take and put double-sided tape on that to hold that just like that. But before I do that, I am going to put my speaker wire in. We'll get that down in that little channel. So I'll be able to tape that on right there, just like that. But what I need to do is, let me pull this, I'm going to pull my decoder back off. Do that carefully. Yeah. Took it off carefully, but now I'm throwing it all over the place. Alright. So I have my positive wire hooked to the board. So this long wire that I hooked to the negative will go over here to the positive on this side. And I want to cut this wire off as short as I can. So I'm going to cut it right there. Pull this back up out. And I'll go ahead and strip that off. Turn my soldering iron back on. And then I might as well strip the other end of this. And I can go ahead and this wire will go to the positive side of this. I'm going to set that in there like that. So I'll have room to run that wire through that way. Okay. So let me go ahead and I'll tin. Go ahead and tin my two speaker wires. That'll give me that. And I'll go ahead and get our solder out. So there's one. And yeah. Okay, so that's that. Let me clean the tip of this off. Like I said, this is in series. My long wire will hook to the what in the world did I do? Okay. Alright. I've got the positive hooked up there, so that'll be the negative. This wire is my negative, so that'll be the positive. Let me go ahead and I'm going to tin both of these. A little more solder there. Okay, So now my short wire, and I know I keep figuring this out, but I want to make sure I get it right. My long one I've got to the positive, so on this side it will go to the negative. And I should have pinned that down here to this. So there's that one. Clean this tip off again. Yeah, let's do this. So there's that. Okay. So we've got both of our wires hooked up. And then while I've got that sitting at that little angle, get out clean the back of that off, and we'll clean this off, the metal. And then we can hook our Keepalive up also. We want those to sit down in that little channel there where the pickup comes in. Okay. Now I'll get out my tape. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think I can get that off of the roll with the so let's go ahead and we'll secure that piece of tape there, and then we'll cut that off. We'll go over to this side. Now, there's one. Now let's see if we can get that pulled off without too much trouble. We've got a hold of it. There we go. There's that. And I need to solder this wire back on, as it seems to have fallen off. Okay. So now we have that, and I soldered it to the wrong. Should have soldered it up here. There we go. Now we'll tuck all of our wires back in. Okay. Like I say, I've got that cleaned off really well. So now, all we got to do is hook this wire back up to the other side, and our speakers will be complete. So there's that. And then that will hook right here. Okay. So there we've got speakers now. Get my knife out of the way before I stab myself. So now we should have sound. We'll tuck that out of the way for right now. So that'll let the cab slide right down on. Now we've got our Keepalive. And it's going to sit right here. This is a TCS KA4. Blue is positive, black and white are negative. So let's just go ahead and we'll get that. We'll hook those up. They go right in here. And I'm just going to go ahead while I'm here and tin all 4 of those pads, because I think we'll be using those other 2 for functions. One, 2, 3, and 4. Back to the Q-tip. More alcohol on it. Get that cleaned off. Pull our little extra out there. So this will sit here. And I want to keep these wires as short as I can. Actually, I want to turn that around, so let me turn it around that way. So they're facing the board. Okay. Cut that off. Yep. Get my strippers out. And then we'll tin those. Get them hooked up, and we'll have our Keepalive on. Blue is positive. And I try to orient this to where the wires will be going the way that I want them to. So there's our ground. There's our positive. And that will set right there like that. So we'll get our alcohol. We'll clean that off so that our tape will stick. Use a little wider piece of tape this time. Like I say, that's 3M tape. And now that I've put my knife away, I need it again. Okay. All right. So we have the chassis basically completed. And I still have room to get in, to move everything around. Make sure that's good. I'm going to put the decoder on it. So there, we're good with our decoder. That's what we have so far. Now I'm going to try it out, so I'll be back. Okay, so we're back. Everything works. With that Keepalive in it, that gives me about 8 to 10 seconds of power. Of course, that was just the sound. I didn't try the motion, but it does have a good sound to it. Now, I guess we're ready to move on to... Now, this is going to be the hard part, I believe. We're going to move on to the shell. Because, like I say, I've got ground lights, I've got class lights, front and rear lights. What I want to do right now is get this, I'm going to remove this light pipe here. Hopefully I can get that out without any damage. Because what I want to do, I'm going to cut this thing off, because you can see right here the speaker right now. Let me zoom in. Okay, the speaker right now is up into the channel where the light pipe was. So I need to cut basically half of it off, and just kind of a rough guesstimate. So that'll sit right there. About the end of the horn is where I need to cut that thing off, which is just in front of the front window, or that mullion in that window. So the chassis is good. Let's try and get this thing out. Oh, that's great. It came right out. So, all right. But now what I want to do, that thing will sit. I'm going to kind of eyeball this. That will sit right there. Let me see if I can get something to mark this with. I'll try and cut it off about right here. Let me zoom back out, that way you can see. And that way I'll get a chance, when I get the light in it, I'll be able to paint it black. And actually, I think I've shorted myself a little bit. I can probably come back into about here. And I'd rather have a little more. Because what I'll do is I'll drill a hole right here for my light. So let's cut this thing off. I think I'll use my little saw, little jeweler's saw. So I've got it marked right there. You can see that line I've got across it. And by putting just one light in this, that will light the number boards and the headlight. But I need a good way to hold it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take it down and put it in my vise. So I'll be back. Okay, I've got that cut off. So now I just want to kind of test fit it and see. Yeah. And of course I flipped it upside down. So I've dropped it in. Now we'll kind of push it around. I need a different pair of pliers. We'll use the right angle pliers. Pull this back out. There's just a wee little piece there I can grab a hold of. Once I get this in here, I'll never want to take it back out, but I'm going to have to. Well, come on. You came out of there. I know you'll go back in. Not sure what I'm hitting. Hopefully the bill of my hat's not in the camera. There we go. Okay. All right, so it pushed all the way back in. Now let me test fit it onto the body here, on the chassis. See if we clear our speaker. Oh, yes, we do. So we've cleared our speaker. Must have a wire tucked up under there. Okay. Let me pull this back off. This thing is tight. but it does clear. I won't have to do that to the rear one because the rear one is fine. But now what I need to do is I'll pull them both out, the front one and the rear one. And I can probably just push this one from the front now. Okay, there's our front one. And now I want to push the rear one out. And wouldn't you know it, that one is in there really, really well. I don't know if I could get in there to pry that. Let's try that. There we go. Okay. Excuse me. All right. So now I can take both of these. I'll drill a hole in both. Not all the way through, but just a small hole. Just enough to fit an LED in. So let me see if I can. Then once I get that, I can glue the LED into place. And I'm not going to go all the way through. Just going to go about half, just enough to get the light in it. Okay, I'm probably in at 1/8 of an inch. That'll be good enough for the light. So let me go back here onto the back. Same thing. Just kind of gauging there through the side. I don't know if you can see the drill bit in there or not, but I'm about halfway through with that. Trying to be careful with that because I don't want to break the lenses off. Okay, so we are good there. Now I can get out. Now, these are 402s, and a 402 will work. Come out of the package. There's my 402 bulbs. Untie them. There's one, and there's two. I'll lay that off to the side. Now, a good idea while you have them out, after you clear off your work surface, turn the soldering gun off because I'm not going to need that anymore right now. But I like to test these just to make sure that they are working. Okay, so that one works. So we're good there. And then, well, if I can grab the other lead. We are good there. Alright, so we've got two good lights. Can't get over my cough. So now we'll get out a set of helping hands. Well, first let me we'll twist these together. Well, it'll be a little neater installation. Go through it twice, make it a little tighter. And I just put that, pinch that between my fingers and roll it. So there's that. Okay, now what we'll do is put that in our, let me get a pair of those that don't have any flux on them. And I'll make sure the light is facing forward as best I can. So I'm going to get out my magnifier here. Okay. Let me zoom in on that. So I've just got that sitting in there. We'll get out our crazy glue and fill that hole in with glue. Now I'm going to look again and see it looks like I am facing. Actually, I can see it better with that. Okay, the light is facing forward. So now we can do the front one. Get out another pair that don't have any flux on them. Okay. So now I'm going to take and I'm going to twist these together. And these are long, so I'll end up cutting them off. But for right now, get that a little tighter. Worked with a guy that every time we'd wire something, he would braid it. Makes for a nice job, but a little over the top, I think, for what we were doing. But anyway, okay. Now, same process. We'll make sure our light is forward. If I can grab a hold of the darn wire. Okay. I'll go ahead and put the glue in this one, and then stick the light in it. So let me zoom out here. I've got the other one beside it, but I want to check it. All right, that will work. So that'll give us both our front and rear light. We've got our sound, our Keepalive in. Everything right now is good. Just knocked the shell off of what I had it sitting on. Luckily I didn't break anything. Okay. All right, I think I am done for the day. That'll give us, well, actually, when that sets up a little bit, I'm going to paint those black. That way I'll be able to install them, but I don't want to touch them right now. So, all right, I'll be back after a while. Okay, I'm back. The glue has set up. I've got my paint. And now I need to figure out, yeah. Let's grab that by the lights up there. And we'll go ahead and paint everything. And this is just a black model paint. Nothing fancy. We'll get all of it here. Then we can set this off to dry. And tomorrow, when we come back, we'll be able to install these. So there's one. And then let me let go of that. Let's see if I have another pair that have that angle on them. Or an angle on them. That way I can grab them in a, yeah. There. Grab them by the lights. We'll go ahead and paint this. I have pretty good luck with this paint. Like I say, it's just Model Masters black. Okay, that's all of that. And that should be good. Yeah, I think I've got all of it. So, all right, we can let that sit. Those will dry. We'll put our paint away. Yeah, that's just it's Model Masters semi-gloss. Nothing special. All right. I believe, well, I don't believe, I know that I am done for today. And then tomorrow we can start we can start with our ground lights or our step lights or something. I think I'll only put the ground lights on the front truck, so that'll be 2. I don't think we'll need all 4 of them. Well, I've only got 2. Never mind. We've got 4 step lights. 4 step lights and 2 grounds. Okay. So that's what we'll do. and we can put our class lights in tomorrow. And I'll end up just taking the 6 or the 402s and gluing them to the inside of the shell right where the class lights go. That won't be any big deal. But I think I'll do the ground and step lights first. But anyway, alright, tomorrow's another day. Okay, we're back here. We're going to do a little bit more today. I've got the lighting installed in the front and rear here. I'm going to put this let's see if I can show you what this looks like with it lit up. Turn this around here a little bit. Grab my wires. This will be before we put this in. So, and I know that's flashing, but that's the way this set of tweezers works. They flash. So I think we'll have fairly good. I know our headlights will be good, and our number boards will light up there enough to where we can see them. I don't have any bleed through. I've got that all taken care of. So let's pull that off of there. And then let's see if we can get this back in our shell here. I'm going to have to, I'll get my pliers back out. I think that just popped right back in. Yep, it did. So now, let me see if I can hold this up, and we'll get okay, and we'll turn one of these overhead lights off. There we go. That'll help. We'll be able to see a little better here. If I can get my wires. Okay. So this is putting out 3 volts. Let me turn this off. Wow, that's really dark. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it looks better in person here than it does through that lens. But anyway, we know our lights work. I'll turn my work light back on. Alright, let me get this out of the way. So now we can go around here to the back and put it in. Hopefully it goes in as easy as the front one did. I don't have a lot to hang on to with it. Basically holding on to it with the wiring, which I hate to do, but And we'll fight this thing around here a little bit. Yep, let me turn it up. Yeah, no need to fight gravity. If I can get my pliers in there. Yep. Well, that's going to be a pain, no matter what I do. See if I can get my finger on it. Yep. Alright, you don't want to see me fight this thing for 20 minutes, so I'll be back. Alright, after some struggle, I did get it back in. Both of them are there. So now we'll continue on with our lights. We are going to put class lights in this. So I'm going to take, and of course it's already got the lenses. I do like the white class lights up front. So I'm going to take some more of our, these are 402s I believe. Yep. So I'm going to take some more, two more 402s, LEDs. Just opened up. There's one, and there's two. So we'll lay that off to the side, and we're going to glue those right to our class light that's there. But first I'm going to twist these up. Well, it'll be a little neater when we go to put this all together. Oh, and I got something in today that will make this handy. This Decoder Buddy doesn't have the detachable board on it like a lot of them do, or like the original and the V5. So I got these TCS, that's a 6-pin connector. So there's the part number for that. But I'll hook these all into the connector, and I'll be able to plug and unplug the lights. So that'll really come in handy. It'll be easier, I believe, too, to wire to the Decoder Buddy. Of course, I still I've got to put some resistors on the Decoder Buddy for everything. So there we've got our wires twisted together. We'll lay that out there, and we'll try and stand this up. Of course, I still have all the detail left on this thing, so kind of hinders me in a way because they're pretty delicate. So I'll lay this in a cradle here. Get my lights. And I should be able to just go right in and glue that down. Should be able to. So I am going to take a drop of glue, we'll put that on that lens. And we'll just hold it there for a few seconds. Give it some time to set up. Let me move this out of my way before I knock it over. Yeah. It's always amazing that whatever you don't want to stick will stick just fine. Now that I want this to stick, can't get it to stick at all. But if I stick my finger on that, it would stick right now. Yeah. Yep. There again, I don't think you want to watch me fool with this thing for a long time, so I'll get them glued on and then I'll be back. Okay, back here with these class lights, what I ended up doing, I pushed them out of their lens, or out of their hole there, and now I've got them glued together. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and put these back in, and I don't know if I'll be able to do this on camera or not, but this will be one more step, because I still got the step light and or step lights. Let's see, so that would go in easy enough that way, but I want to try and do this the hard way, I guess, because I want the wiring toward the bottom. Well, and there I had it. Or I guess the top, however you want to say that. I've got it in there. I just need to get it seated, I guess. So there's that one. And that way that'll lay the wire. Get that out of there. You can see a little better. That'll lay the wire right on that short hood. So there's one. Now, if I can get this second one in here, but I can't. I'm going to have my light back. I know that'll make it hard for you to see anything, but okay. All right. So I've got those back in, and I think they are fully seated in there. Yeah, then it feels pretty good. Yep. All right, so now I'll just take a little bit of super glue and we'll glue that in there. Okay. So there we've got our class lights in, front and rear headlights and number boards. So our next thing is going to be our ground lights and our step lights, but that's another project. So, all right, we'll be back. Okay, we're back, and we've got our class lights in. Got both of our front and our rear headlight in. So we're ready to move on to our ground lights and our step lights. So I guess let's take a look at what we've got here. This is how these come from Nixtrainz. This is a set of 4 step lights, and they've got magnet wire. I think this is a 42 gauge wire. It's either 40 or 42. And it's a 202 bulb, I believe, in these lights. And the same way with the ground lights. So I guess the first thing I really need to do is, let me pull this off here, move my cradle a minute. I need to figure out where these ground lights are going to go. I believe they'll be right here at this point. Zoom in here a little bit. Right underneath the window. So let me get out the here's our frame and our decoder, and that will sit right there. So yeah, I can put that, I can put it right there on that little speck. So let me get the frame out of the way, pull the body back in. Actually, I want to get my cradle back out. We'll set that down in there. So here's a better shot of how these come without the glare on them from the package. So I'll unwrap that, and then unwrap that one. All right. So I guess our first thing is, how am I going to attach this? Pull it over here to where you can see. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to try and drill a small hole right there in that little, right there behind that little tab. Let me get something to point at that. There's a little tab right there at the end of the screwdriver. I don't know if I can. Yep, there it went out of focus. But right there at that little tab, I'm going to try and drill a small hole try and drill, let's say that. So what do we got here? Oop. I have, this is a 39 thousandths bit. Let me see what number that is. And I don't want metric. .39 thousandths. That is 0.1 millimeter. Well, where's my numbered bits? Must be the other chart. Yeah, 39 is the number 61 bit. Okay. So, put this in my little drill attachment here. And I don't need to go very deep, or I don't want to go very deep. Now I need to find my tweezers. Yeah, I think I can drill that hole, and there's a small indentation on that. So I'm going to kind of, when I drill, we're going to go nice and slow. Keep that bit clean. And that may be just enough. I think that will be just enough to set our light in. Of course, I'll straighten that up. And so, let me pull that back out. But what I'll do is I'm going to trim that edge. Let me get my knife. I need to clean this off. But I want to clean just the edge of that out. And I mean, it doesn't take very much because I didn't have very much left in it. But I believe that will. Let me grab my light. Okay. I'll bend that wire in. Make it parallel, perpendicular to the light housing. Don't seem to be having a lot of luck here. There's what I want to do. Exactly like that. So now what I'll do is I'm going to take a drop of glue and put right in that hole. So there's a drop of glue. We'll go back to our light. I'm just fooling with it here to And I'm going to hold my finger on it there for a second. Okay, that looks straight. Yeah, that looks straight to me. I could see it better in my viewfinder on my camera than I can on the locomotive itself. These things they are tiny. Let me get out a rule. I'm going to just show you how big this thing is. So right there, that is 2 millimeters by about 1. So they are they are tiny lights. But I mean, they look excellent. So I'm not going to touch that anymore. I'm afraid to, because I don't want to. I've got it sitting where I want it. The glue's holding it good. And we'll give that glue a little time to dry before I do anything with it. And then we'll move over and we'll do the other side. Let's see. I'll zoom out. And then when we go to run that wire, of course I showed you this, the 6-pin adapter that I'm going to use, the TCS product. 1477 is the number, if I didn't show that before. But I'll hook that, I'll run every wire to that. So, okay, that one is set. So I'm going to do the same thing here on this side. I'll run it to that one. So I'll drill this out, get it to where I want it. And it doesn't have to be super deep. I think that will be good. Let me try it here. Just folding the wire over perpendicular to. And Nick makes these up. You can buy them as a kit, or you can, if you have the patience of Job, clean this hole out. You could buy those and put them together yourself. Now I need get my tweezers out again. I've got that deep enough. Now I'll go ahead and put a spot of glue in there. Okay, there's my glue. Usually, the first one is the one that goes hard, and they just get easier after. My problem is always the opposite. The first one goes easy. The rest of them go hard. Okay. There. That is on there. So I'm going to take and put a little dab of glue on each one. Just a little backup precaution there. Pull that wire out of there before it sticks to the glue. Alright, so there is our ground lights. Now we'll be able to move on to the step lights. We'll let that dry before we do anything else. I'll be back. Okay, we're back. The ground lights are dry. Here are how the step lights are packaged up. So let's pull these off one at a time. And I don't know if you can tell or not, but there are two different colored wires there. There's a red and then like a copper color. At least it looks copper to me. Maybe there's a hint of green in it, I don't know, but the red is the positive on these. So there is our step light. So now I think what I'm going to do is, let me see if I can, I'm going to zoom back in again. And I need to move this down carefully. Okay, so you can see both of our ground lights. So what I'd like to do, get something to point with. I am going to mount that. I think I'm going to mount it to this third step. So what you'll see, turn this over. Now it should be, well, let me see if I can mount one right up in there. This is where it should be. The easiest place would be to put it on the back of this third step right there, and have it shine down. That way, I mean, you'd still see it, but let me try and mount one right up in there. So let's turn this back over. And there won't be any drilling for this. These have a flatter shape to them. So let's see. Trying to figure out the best way to kind of do this. I put it there in the corner. Yeah, I think I can. I think I can put it right there, just like that. There, got it tucked under the step. I think I'll do that. I'll try it. So I'm going to put some glue on the back of the step and on the deck itself. Eh. Need to get my magnifier to see where I've actually got that. I have it pointed back at an angle. Magnifier out again. Not going to be able to see a lot of it from the side. But I do think I have it attached there fairly decent. Pull my magnifier in again. I don't know if you'll be able to get a little better view of it. And then there's the ground light. But pull that out of the cradle. That should be it's dry enough. Pull that out. Let's see what we can see from the side. Can't see a whole lot of it. Uh-oh. Maybe I should try and drill a small hole to set that in. Maybe we'd have a little better luck placing it. That's some delicate wire. Okay. So for this one, I am going to try, before I really fasten that down real well, because I don't like how that sits with, you can't really see it. So what I'm going to do is take this same drill bit that I used for the ground lights, and up in here, right about in the middle, at the end of that bit right there, you can see, I'm going to drill just a little hole, and then I don't want to drill all the way through. I want to drill just enough . And that's as far as I'm going to chance that. But if you look right here on the end of that, that'll be enough to set that wire down in, I think. So let's pull this off. And I'm going to bend that out, bend the wire perpendicular to it again. And I'm kind of working kind of blind here. So I think I have that. I'm going to have to turn this around so I can see it. I'm working kind of backward here. So let me pull this out. Turn that around. Now I've got to get all these wires out of the way. So look at me. Okay, I have just a, I don't know if you can see it there or not. Let me, I have a little, well, where'd it go? right there in that circle. I don't know if you can. There at the end of the, oh, no wonder you can't see it. I'm not back far enough. Right there I have a small divot that I'm going to put that light in. So let me get my light back out. And I think that will give us enough room to get that light down in there. To get it sitting on that deck. Yep. I wish you could see that, but I know you can't because I can just barely see it. Just wondering. Maybe what I ought to try and do is hold it from the side, maybe. I think I've got it right there where I want it, but now I just can't move to put any glue in it. Let's see if I can get my glue bottle open without dropping anything. There, I've got that one down lower than the other one, so it should be more visible when we get done. Okay. I've got it right where I want it. Now I just gotta let it dry. And I'll have to move the other one. It'll have to go down. Of course, like I say, I want to wait till this dries, then I'll turn it over on the side and we'll see what we've got. Instant glue. That takes 5 minutes to set. Put the cap back on that. Okay. Now, let me pull this over. We'll see what we've got. Yeah, you can see it in there. I think you can see more of it than you could the first one. Yeah. The first one I put in is more along the back of that. So I don't know if I can let me put a little drop of glue under that, because I may be able just to drop it down. And that'll be plenty of glue there. Yeah, I don't know. Nope, that didn't get it. It sure looks like it did. But when I turn it over, I can't see it from the side real well. I mean, you'd be able to see the light fine, but the housing you wouldn't be able to see hardly at all. So now I've broken it loose. That out of the way. Okay, it's set down perfectly on the bottom. So I think that will be better. Now we just need it to set up. Cap on the glue. Oop. Glad I had the cap on the glue. I'll let that sit. Alright. You don't want to watch the glue dry, so we'll be back. Okay. We've got our 2 step lights in. And if you turn it over to the side, oop, so there's 1 step light. Now those are black, but of course, you know, C&O is a blue. But I think I'm going to leave them black because you can't really tell it in there. And that's, so I can see the other one on the other side. I just don't want to turn it over. I got all these wires. So we're going to move back here to the back. And we're going to do the same thing. We'll take and we'll drill our little hole. Drill what we can. And I need to get a light there. Yeah. I'll do it without the light. But I want to drill right down through just a little bit, and that's in the center of that step basically. Keep checking the depth because I don't want to drill too far. Let me pull my a little more. Okay, I think I'm far enough on that side. And now I'm going to drill the other side. Let me pull that out, look at it. Okay. Well, if I can get all the little fragments out of it, I think that will be just fine. But we'll go over here and start over here on this side. Pull a light off of this card. Get our wire kind of flattened out. think I've got the wire the way I want to hold it. Get that in there. Okay, I think I've got it in there where I want it. Just got to try to hold it there. While the glue sets up. I've got it where I want it. Now we just got to wait. So this will be 3 of them down. Then we can start the process of wiring this thing. But I want to make sure this thing is set. Let me see if I can light that up a little bit. You might be able to see it there a little better now. But okay. So it looks like that one is set. Just trying to see what I could see from that side. Okay. I'm going to turn this around. So that I can get to that side. So we've already got our hole drilled. Get our light off of the card. And then we'll put our wire up. Get my light out of my way. Get my light where I need it, and it's in the way of the camera. Okay. Get a little bit of glue here. Lid back on the glue. Yeah. I'll wrestle this thing all over the place here. I think I'm closer, let's say that. Well, it's shining toward the back, so I need to push it down. See where we're at here now. Okay. That should be it. Now I'll put just a little more glue. I'll put a little more on this one for a little bit of protection. So now, that's all of our lights. Now we'll be ready to run those things. Get them all fastened down. So let me zoom out here. Oh, wrong way. See if you can see this nest of wires here. That doesn't look too bad. So we'll go with that. But there is a mess of wires there. So we'll be back. Alright, we're back. We've got everything installed. All of our ground lights, got our step lights, front and rear, headlights, front and rear, and our class lights in the front. So now we start the task of wiring. So of course I'll get out I've got a little connector that I'll open up here. We can start to use. This is TCS part number 1477 there. And it's just a 6-pin connector. Small one. That's all it is. Color coded. So there's no time like the present. Guess we'll get started. Of course, now I still got to put the resistors on the decoder buddy. But really, what I need to do is figure out how we are going to wire this stuff. I could wire them in parallel, at least the ground lights or the step lights. The front and rear headlight, I'm going to start with that just so I can get it out of the way. So I think what I'll end up doing here is I'll attach my wires I need to put my red ones together. I'll have my red ones together, and then I can just attach them to the blue on the harness. Same way with the classification lights or class lights. So I guess the thing to do here, I want to get out some heat shrink tubing, and I am going to use it as conduit basically, but I'll just get like a piece at a time here. Just to run this through. Same way these rear ones. Yeah. I'm going to run them all together. Well, that's not going to work. Let me pull that rear one out. Alright, so there's that. Let me go back to the class lights. And I'm thinking there's got to be a better way to do this. But this is the way we're doing it right now. I probably should have hooked the class lights together and went from there, got everything installed. Okay, let me get that out of the way. So I'm only worried about my red wire right now. If I just put all that down there, you're going to be able to see it. I'll take my class lights, see if I can kind of spin them together. But I don't think that's going to work very well. Yeah, we'll skip that. Okay, well, run these back through. Go ahead and cut these off. I'll have less to hook to here. Okay. The point of no return now. So I'm just going to start getting these out one at a time. Can't use those. There's one. Two. There's three. So now I'll take it and put that together. Can't get that one out of my way. Okay. So there's the three of those all together. So this is going to be a tight fit, I think. I'm going to take this plug and unplug it. I need my blue. And I might as well cut a few inches off of that. So we can take and strip this. And let's see, what do I want? I want to tin that up. And clean off. Oh. flux here. Okay, so we've got them all together. Now we'll get another piece of heat shrink. I'm going to run my rear headlights through that, and I can cut this off. Get that much more out of the way. Okay. A little bit more flux. Cleaned off. So there are all of those positives hooked together. Still not sure quite what I'm going to do here with all my other lighting. What I am going to do is separate out my class lights from my headlight. Okay, so I know these two are my class lights. So there, that's soldered together. All right, 20 minutes later. Not do with the other end of my plug. There it is. So really right now I can hook up the rear light, the front light, the class lights, and I'm debating on whether I ought to leave this positive open so I can hook all of my other positives to it. But I need to study this. Well, let me get down. I got down the chassis here with the decoder on it. Pull that off. So with this, well, it'll be the other side of the plug. What I'll be using over here, I'll be able to cut this down. So, might as well cut this off just a little bit, because what am I going to have here? I'll have that. That'll all be down in there. Maybe I better leave this one a little longer. But I am going to cut about 2 or 3 inches off of it. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So there's that part of the plug. Speaker, there's my rear light. Alright, I've got to stop here and think a little bit. Okay, we've come back here. So I guess now I'm going to start this process of putting these wires, or hooking these wires together. But what I am going to do and how I am going to attach them, I'm just going to try crazy glue here. And we'll see how it does. And these will be up far enough in the, they'll be right against the body, so you won't be able to see them. Keep hitting my head on my light. So And then I'll get up here so far, and then I'll come down into the shell. I'll try and keep it as far over to that edge as I can. I'm going to stick my finger in there. So it looks like if I can get them, if I can just get them kind of tacked in there on the edge, then I can go back after this thing dries and kind of do what I want with them. But for now, at least I can get them up here and out of the way. I've got some spray to make that glue set right now, but I hate to spray it on there. I need to find some that I can maybe just drip on or something like that. So I think I'm going to pull those rear step lights up into here, and then drop them down in. Maybe I can get them, run them through this piece of heat shrink up here, and then I'll be able to run it or glue it to the be able to glue it down in here. It's going to be just a little while here. Because if I would come down in there right now, yeah, I think it would be fine where it's at. But I do want to make sure that that is plenty dry. So I guess in the meantime, I'll go ahead and, while I am waiting for that to dry, I'll start working on this plug. So I know my blue is going to be my positive. So that'll be that. My orange, I'm going to use my orange because this doesn't have the regular color coding that I want. So my orange wire on this plug will end up being either the front or the rear lights. let's see, so now my white, I can use the white as the forward light. Go ahead and get that tinned up. And I've got this black and gray. I'm trying to avoid this red one because I just noticed on the other side of this plug this red one is kind of loose. So if I don't have to, because I don't think I'm going to have to use all 6 of these. So I'll do my black and gray. Them all stripped off. And then we can go ahead and put some flux on there. Okay, so that's that. And these are what is going to be, yeah, this is going to be up in the cab. So I know my blue will be my common. I might as well just go ahead and hook. Well, I want to keep that out of the way. So never mind. See how we're doing as far as this setting up. I think I'll put a little more glue. I know this is my rear light. So I'm going to go ahead and strip it off. Some flux. And I'll tin it. So let's go with orange for our rear. Piece of heat shrink. Okay, so there's one. I'm going to use the white for our forward. We've already got it separated out. Okay, so there's our front, rear. I better write those down, because if I don't, when I go to hook them up to the decoder buddy, so my front light is white, my rear light is orange, of course the blue is the positive, and I'll just go ahead and make, we've got our gray and we've got a black. We'll make gray the ground lights, and then the black will be our class lights. So I won't need the red wire. Shouldn't need it. Now, well, okay, let's see. We've got a glue that is set up. I think I can work on some more of this now. That's caught in behind. If I wanted that to go down in there, it would never go. Okay, so I got that loose. Yep. I'm going to pull that all the way up to the front here. Okay. My eyes are going crossed here. I'll be back. Okay, after a little break there. So I think what I'm going to do, I've got my ground lights. Well, maybe I need to move this from my ground light over here. Hold it some way. Get out a pair of those. We'll pull that over there. Then I can pull this back. I am going to take this wire all the way around. We'll go up here to the front. And I'll get some glue on that. And we'll go all the way up here to the front and then back around and catch this one, and then we'll be able to go down in. At least that's the idea. And I'll do the same. See, I'll start picking these up. And I'll come around. And this wire is small enough that it won't be seen. But I'll tuck it right up in the front there. So basically this one here I'll be able to bring it over this way. Well, if nothing else, we'll at least have all the wires tucked away. Let that set for a minute. Okay, let's continue on routing our wires here. I'm afraid, well, I'm going to get some of this out of the way here. So there is plenty of wire for each of these. And after I get this all routed around, I'll see if I can't get a close-up picture of everything. Okay, we're around there to where we need it. Now, got them all over here, but kind of need to get them up here out of my way. Okay, there's that. Now these, I want to take, I'm going to start on these ground lights here. So I'm going to run this set over here first. I'm going to run them down through the cab. And down that wall. And that's what I'll do on that side. So I'll show you this all when I get done with it. All right, I have finally got everything soldered to the plug. I do need to go through and put everything in there nice and neat. So my patience is worn thin on that. I'm going to move on. I'm going to work on the other plug. I'm going to put the resistors on the Decoder Buddy. Shoo! I mean, that was a chore. I'd say it took me 2 hours, and I know you didn't want me to video that. Or at least you wouldn't have watched it anyway, I'll say that. So now we're going to go back to the Decoder Buddy, and I'm going to get out some 1,000 ohm resistors. If I can find my resistor kit. There it is. So I've got 4 of these to put in. 1K. That's what I want. I'm going to put 1K on everything. Let me get that out of the way. And okay. I'm going to set this out of my way. So I'm tired of looking at it. Okay. I need 4 of these little suckers. There's that. I used to have a small piece of wood here that I could hold these down with. No, I've used it for something else. I got to get another bamboo skewer. Okay, got my skewer. I'm going to get some flux, and I'm just going to go through and touch those. So I'm going to put 3 of these in first. So there's one. Let me set another one up here. So there's those 3 set in there. And let me see if I can zoom in. Oh, too far. Okay. So I'm putting these first 3 in, and then I'll have one over here that I got to put in. So I've got them all in position there. Turn my heat up just a little bit. There should be enough solder on those pads that I won't have to add anything. So I'm just, I'm just going to hold that down with the skewer. Okay, so that's one side. Oop. Grabbed one of the resistors there with my tip of my soldering iron. Now I've got this zoomed in to where you can see it, but I'm actually doing it without a magnifier or anything. So we'll see how that works out for us. Okay, so there's those three. Now I need to go back here, get into this one. Now, two of the functions I'll have to put resistors on because there's no pads. There's only pads for 4 resistors. This pad back here is the rear light. Grabbed hold of it again with the soldering iron. Okay, so I'm going to pull my magnifier around, make sure that I've got, okay, I believe they're on there. So now, let's get all that tucked back in there a little bit. So that's 4, and I'll have to, let's see, I'll use A6 and A10 there. Since they've already got solder on them, I'll get a 1000 ohm resistor out, andLl put on those. Then we'll be able to plug this thing in and try it. As long as I can find a 1000 ohm resistor. Yep. Get my meter out. We'll see what we have with this one I've got picked out. Help if I would. 810. I don't want an 810 ohm resistor. How to mark those? What's this one? 10,000. Yeah, we'll skip on to 10,000. I'm going to zoom out. Oop. Okay. Let's see, this is, that's a 2,000 ohm. $470. These. That's 2,200. 470. I guess I'm going to have to order some more 1000 ohm resistors. What did I do with my... I just had an 810. This is it. I'll put the 810 in. So I'm out of 1000 ohm resistors. Alright. Put that on my reorder category. So now I can solder the resistor to the board, or I could put it, I think I'm going to put it in line in here. So we'll solder this on. Let me get my list out. Front light is white. So let's strip that off just a little bit. We don't need, I just put a resistor in for that, 1000 ohms. So we'll get some flux on that. That's tinned up. We'll go ahead and tin all of these, I think. That way we won't have to keep fooling with them. So there's that. Go ahead and strip them all, I guess. I need my red, blue, and black yet. And red. Come over here. All right. Here we go. There's one. Clean that tip off a little bit. Okay. Grab my gray one. Okay. Now my blue. What do I got left? My black one. Okay, that's everything. Tinned. So now my white. I'll start putting these on the board. out of the way. Gonna put a little bend in that. So there's my front light. Let me zoom in here and I'll show you what I'm doing. So the white went to the front. My orange will go back here to the rear light. That'll be right there. There's our rear light. Now, let me move this back over here. And that won't hurt anything with that being down in that pin like that, or those pins like that. In fact, I'm going to run that all out like that. So, blue is the positive, so it'll go right here on this pad. Trim that one off just a little bit. So there's our blue. We've got two functions hooked up. Okay. So actually I need these two pads here. I don't know what I was thinking there a minute ago. Tin those. I'm only going to have to put one resistor in, not two. Just trim that off a little bit. And then I'll mark these as to where I've put them. Yeah. Trim that one. Okay, so now I can go through and put a resistor in line here. Let me cut this off. Been a long day. But we are almost done. So there's one side. Hopefully when I get done, it's a Saturday and it's right at the beginning of the month. Hopefully the new Model Railroad Hobbyist has come out. Couple of pieces of heat shrink. And then we will, I'll zoom back out here. Yep, kind of getting in a hurry and heat shrink on there. Oh, well, yeah, I do need a piece of heat shrink. All right. So now I'll go over here to, what is this, A6. And I'm going to put that to where it's in. All right. So now I'll zoom in. white out of the way. So what we have our front light up there, which is white. Got our rear light back here, which is the orange. This red one is A6. And then we've got our black, blue, and gray. The blue is our positive for all of our functions. The gray is A2, the black is A1. So, now, let me get some of this stuff out of the way. And turn that soldering iron off. I'm going to bring the body back in here, and I'm going to try this out before I finish putting all the wiring in solid. And then I'll be back. Alright, we're back here. I've got everything hooked up, and I've got my wires tucked inside. The only thing that we're going to be able to, that we'll have outside, is our plug here. So we're good to go with the shell. So let me set it off to the side. Now the thing we're going to do is we're going to finish up our wiring on our board. And I had left everything long. And so now I'm going to go back through and trim this up and make this neater. I just started on the positive wire here. So what I want to do, I've got it cut. I cut about 1 inch off of it. So I'm going to start working on that. We'll get this thing all buttoned up. And everything does work. I did test it. So now, let's see. Let me zoom in a little bit maybe. So on our decoder buddy, this is our positive tab for everything. Now I'm going to go ahead and unsolder all these. That way we can cut them all, make them a good length. So I'll just cut about 1 inch off of that one. I'll go ahead and strip that. Clean that tip off. Let's see what else we have. That was our other one. Cut my gray wire. Now what I've done with this, I've actually hooked the ground lights and the step lights are going to be on one function. So that's why I've got this red and the gray together. So there's those three. And I just need to do my orange wire. And that'll save us a little room inside the shell too. Not much, but it's better than nothing. That on there. And of course this is that's our rear light. And I actually could have probably cut a little more off of that, but that'll be fine. Alright, now we are ready to put the decoder on, and that'll cover up some of these wires, and that's fine. There's plenty of room there for that. We'll get that pushed down on there as far as we can. I don't think I'm going to have to do anything with that. So now we'll get the shell out. And nope. Let me zoom out here, and we can go ahead and plug that in. Well, we're fine. Let's see now. So I think I'm on some wires in there. So let me all right. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, we're back, and we've got this set up on the test track. We've got it all assembled again. You'll notice that I've got it a little dark. I did that so we'd be able to see the ground lights and the step lights. So let's go ahead and plug this thing in, and we'll go through the startup sequence. Okay, there, so we've started her up. I haven't changed the horn. These TCS decoders, they have two modes, a light mode and a sound mode. And so I'm going to go into the light mode, and to do that you use button 8. Hit it 2 times, you'll hear the sound go off, and then it'll come up and it'll say it's in light mode, so let's do that.
Light mode active.
Okay, so you heard that come up. So I can use my function 1 button and function 2 button to turn on the class lights, and then that'll turn on button 2 will turn on the ground lights. So I'll do that again. There's button 2, and let me spin it around here. You can see the class lights. I'll go ahead and turn those on and off, and of course we have our headlight. So yeah, I had to do that with a little darker so you can see them. The camera doesn't pick it up real well with the lights on, but I'm gonna go ahead and now we'll go back to the sound mode. Hit the function 8 button twice again, and it'll tell you what it's doing.
Sound mode active.
Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll start it moving. Hear it start to ramp up there. And so I do have this turned down. It's probably 65%, 60-65%. So I'm going to go ahead and turn my light back on. That way you can see the model a little better. Come around here to the side. Alright, so there's the completed projects, ground lights, step lights. They're from Nixtrainz, maker of the Decoder Buddies. Of course, we used a Decoder Buddy in it. We've got our Scale Sound Systems speakers in it. So hats off to JT. That sounds really good. Alright, so thanks for watching.